Welcome to, for once, sunny Brussels. So very happy that the weather is with us today, so we can enjoy the sunshine coming in and maybe go out a bit during coffee and lunch breaks. Also, welcome to our online attendees who are following this conference from across Europe. Welcome to the final conference of the European SafeOnline initiative. For those who do not know me, I'm Nel Brootaerts. I'm the Director of Prevention and Development at Child Focus, and I will be mainly your host for today. I will be guiding you through may I say, very interesting program. Okay, I might be slightly biased, but I'm quite convinced that we set up a very rich agenda for it to become a very fruitful day, because this is the concluding event of a very fruitful and interesting project. We at Child Focus have coordinated the European SafeOnline project, but a project is only as strong as its partnership is. And for the SOE project, I must say, we have had an amazing partnership with colleagues from Belgium, Cyprus, Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania. So you will be hearing more from them later in today's program, but I already want to take the opportunity to thank them all for the amazing ride that the SOE project has been. Today, we would like to present you the final results of our hard work. In the past 3 years, we have been breaking our heads on how we can support parents in their media parenting. Because, let's admit it, it's not an easy thing to be a parent today, if it ever has been the case. But especially today, with children living in a connected world. Besides from a role we all see for schools, industry players, and other stakeholders, we also all look at parents to play an important role in the media literacy education of their children, and properly so. But many parents don't feel comfortable in doing that, influenced by media reports that especially will mention the negative stuff and a good portion of basic parental worry that we always have. The online world so often feels a bit frightening to parents. And that's understandable, because it feels a bit like a second parallel world in which your child is living and which you cannot easily grasp, let alone educate them about it. So that's a bit terrifying. So many parents tend to not be that positive about the online media use of their children, which makes talking about it difficult, and again, let alone educating them about it. Other parents then feel that their children already know everything. We wrongfully put a lot of pressure and responsibilities on the shoulders of our children by calling them digital natives, as if they are born with all knowledge on all tools to use and how to safely and properly use them. But parents believe that, and at least some parents believe that their children might know more than they do. So again, why and how educate them? But trust me, if children would know everything, Child Focus and many of you would be out of business. And we're not. Far from that. So a lot of work lies ahead. Parents are in demand of support in their media literacy education and digital parenting. But strange enough, in spite of that need, they are often a target group that is difficult to reach. We hear and see that with our colleagues in many European countries. And I understand. I'm a parent, and God, I'm really difficult to reach, trust me. Because combining parenting with a full-time job, taxi duties for my children's hobbies, homework, keeping my house clean, if all goes well, a bit, keeping my children clean, if all goes well, a bit. So yeah, and then there are still friends and family and the occasional me time if I really had my planning on point. So yes, as a parent, I am difficult to reach. So I understand that it's difficult for all of us to reach parents, let alone if you want to reach parents in more vulnerable positions and situations. And although the holy grail in prevention never exists, I think that many years ago in Flanders, we almost accidentally stumbled upon something that comes quite close to it. The training circuit SafeOnline, which from the very beginning, almost 16 years, no, literally 16 years ago today, was a very fruitful collaboration between Child Focus, an e-safety expert organization, and Gezinsbond, a parents organization. Since its creation in 2017, the SafeOnline training program has organized more than 1,500 training sessions, reaching a multitude of parents. I believe that way too often we all try to reinvent the wheel. We develop initiatives without looking at what is already out there, what has proven impacts and what has proven results. We actually don't learn enough from each other, although we are all slammed by sharing of good practices in every project, in every program, in every conference. We are sharing both best practices, but often we don't really work on them. SOE, or the European SafeOnline project, did exact the opposite of that. We took the good practice of Flanders and adapted, localized it to the work and to make it work in other partnering countries and regions. So good news for parents now in Belgium, Cyprus, Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania. But not only for them, also good news for you. Because as one of the main final outputs of this project, we developed the SOE Toolkit. My colleague Nadesh will be presenting the toolkit to you more in depth this afternoon, but you will see that it is a very user-friendly, rich and nice toolkit that will allow you to set up your own training program for parents in your own country or region. It ain't rocket science, but trust me, we have learned a lot over the course of the past 3 years. We went through the good and the bad. So you won't have to do that anymore. You can learn from what worked, but also you can learn from our challenges and from the mistakes we have made. So you don't have to make them all over again. You can literally take a shortcut with proven methods and methodologies. But that's for this afternoon. Smart, no? To keep the cliffhanger of a conference till the very end of the program. Because before diving into the training program and especially the toolkit itself, we want to take a deep dive in the world of digital media parenting. We want to understand the needs of parents and how we can best address them from a local, but also an international context and perspective. We need to fully understand what's at stake before we can really understand why these training programs matter and how we should develop them. So I would say, sit back, relax, enjoy, but also learn and get inspired. There will be loads of time and moments for questions, also for our online attendees. If you have questions during the speakers, then you can ask them through the Q&A button on top of the Teams settings, where my colleagues who are really guiding the online part will make sure that your question comes through and we will answer it here in Brussels. So in order for you to start learning and being inspired, I'm going to shut up now and give the floor to our keynote speaker of today. We are very happy and very proud that we can welcome Arnaud Zarbeau. Mr. Zarbeau is a psychologist, a psychotherapist, and a trainer for professionals at the organization Nadia, specialized in addictions. So he is a highly appreciated expert on problematic use of the internet and video games, and he will help us to understand parents and children's needs in the digital environment. Arnaud, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Okay. Thank you for the invitation. So I'm a bit terrified to do it in English. So it does work. Okay. Closer. Okay. Better like this? Okay. So like my fellow peers teenager, I will seek validation from the community offline and online. That's the part where you cheers, but okay. First of all, technology and moral panics. Since we know technology, we like it and we fear it. And when we hear about technology and internet technology, there's constant topic such as screen, learning problem, autism, addiction, violence, and all learning capacities, I said so, sexuality online. So cringy topics that us therapists and caregivers, we do like and enjoy because it's part of our work problems. But it's only one part of the topic. The other part is skills, positive behaviors, and the fun part. But as adults, the fun part are not something that we focus on. We focus in boring parts, such as is it useful? Is it something we can control? We can protect from? Do the children can learn something about? And then we'll see that it's not the main focus of children when they seek leisure and online practice. So why I am talking about Dungeons and Dragons? Because it's the same old question: is it safe? Is it dangerous? Does it will turn my kids in some monster? And can this technology bring monster to my home? Uh, yes, it can. Um, because at one point we are all monster from the old generation perspective. So when we criticize media practice, in fact, we can ask ourselves, what do we criticize, the media or the users? And in the general scientific practice magazine, we rather hear about usage and use problematics, but not all the people problematic in accessibility and mispractice in internet. Or we know that the main um, way to I will try it. The people who post the more fake news are older people. Okay, not kids. So just a game here. When you choose a leisure or a game or a toy, when you're a kid, you can see it. It's the cool triad of yours because I said so. The first preoccupation of a kid, is it fun? Is it fun? Is it is it cool to play it? Does it make noise? Is it catchy? Is it beautiful? Okay. Um, and the other side, the boring triptych of adulthood, is it useful? Is it Montessori? Is it ecological? Is it in wood made by some Peruvian man? Is it local? Is it biological? And so and so. Can it bring knowledge about English, about geography? Boring stuff. Because what I want as a kid is it make noise, it make pew pew, the toy that are in the living room in plastic and then make your head like this. That's the best. Okay, so is it new? Look, the discovery, new things are the main goal, the main focus of kids when they seek leisure. Kids, children, and teenager, of course, and adults in some part because we like a thing called fashion. Not me, obviously, but fashion. It's the seek of new thing. Everywhere, everyone wants new things, and gadget technology sells us that. So we gift ourselves, the kids in ourselves. So for kids, is it fun? Is it new? It's the main focus. But for the parents, is it dangerous? Is it noisy? Can I control it? And the worst question, am I better at it than my kid? If you ever played Monopoly or a board game with your kid, you know my suffering. So is it dangerous? Is it because we love our children, we want to protect them. So we are driven by the risk as parents. It's how we reassure ourselves in the way where we educate our kids. Do I bring on the table good things for my kids? Okay, it's the same about internet, about video games, about social media. Uh, and the main focus about parenthood, it's time. How much can we play at it? Have you done your homework? Have you done your tasks, your duties, like you said, before playing? Is it too long? Do your homework first, and after you will play. Some crap we said our kids because we have learned that. But it's not the way that the human mind works. The fun is the primarily need, and after the boring task. It's why I have said to my wife, yes, I will do it. And 6 months later, she asked, is it done? I said, I will do it. Okay. Voilà. Okay. So in the mind of a kid, the time perspective is the present. I want to play now. I want to go to the park now. I want the dessert now. I want to play Fortnite now, not after my homework, not after I eat. It's not because they are addicted to video games or the online media. It's because they are kids. Kids who say to me that today I have to sleep soon because tomorrow it will be a tough day, and not heavy stuff to eat, like salad, maybe broccoli and some. Bring your kids to me. We need a consultation. That's not all work. All the kids work. They want the mac cheese. They want the burger. They want the fun part, and it's okay. So why I am talking about this? Because when we talk about media, when we talk about internet practice, digital practice, video games, we forget the part that the main concern about for families and kids, the fun part and the confusion is that we think as adults. We forgot most of the time the needs of the kids. And the fun, it's a primary need of kids for well-being, in matter of fact. So what I will try to say and speak with you today is how we can bring this to the table while being protective, while being caregivers and precautioners. I don't know if it makes sense. And not too boring, but it's the parents' job to be the boring one. Okay. So what are the trends in youth age? I don't know. I'm an old man. I'm approaching 40, so I don't know. I'm not a teenager anymore like you. You are former teenagers. Sorry to if you want to make young, it's that you are not young anymore. So why I said so? It's not a joke. It's because if we focus on the specificity of the devices, of the TikTok, of the Snapchat, of the Instagram, it's Instagram today, or Telegram, or Snap. In my youth, it was MySpace, the archive of the internet, in Caramel for the French part. Now it's Discord. It's all new stuff, and I'm way behind. I've already lost the race because the race is not about knowing and mastering all that device. It's about knowing the needs and the processes of childhood, teenage, family, securities, and critical thinking. And of course, emotion, because if you use internet, because it's bring us emotion, not only because it's useful. And useful knowledge can be fun. Okay. So why do young people go online? It's because all the young people are there. That's the place to be today. Uh, It's not because the big brother is selling us part to bypass, use Google. It's or other stuff. It's because it's part of the developmental needs. They need to be with other young people. And in our society, the Western one, be outside, it's not well appreciated anymore. As a parent, we can no longer say, just play outside in the city, without me knowing where you are. No, we can't say that anymore. What we do when we have kids is, yeah, take this. And if you're late, you can call me if you miss the bus. If they older teenager, if you go to a party, if you miss the bus, I can bring you home with this, call me. Okay. So we are the one who brings technology to our kids, and it's okay. It's not a matter of guilt or failure. It's the way we embrace and think technology. So young people go on internet for meeting other young people they know. So and the other part said adults don't. They want to be outside the mighty eye of the parenthood. They want to do stuff that you don't know about because they are teenager, like we do, like you do, if you've done it before. And maybe you're thinking, oh, I've done stuff my teenagers don't know, and it's okay. And maybe your parents don't know. Okay, so it's a trend linked to the behavioral trends in teenage, in adolescence. Okay, and another part, it's available, it's accessible, and it's free, if you could say so. Because most teenagers are poor, they don't have money of their own. So what's interesting is that young people make some kind of negotiation between their needs, go outside, and the anxiety and the injunction of parents, stay inside, stay safe. So they have an outside, inside. It's it's a negotiation and a pax familia that we are bring us reassurance in our family. If young ones want to play outside, they will do it. But part of our way of be a parent today is keeping child and kids safe primarily above other preoccupation. So, like I said, what it's all for? Uh, Keeping in touch, affirm the membership, always my best friend forever. I'm with this group of hockey and the football or the dance practice. Yeah, I'm a membership. You know, you have like your WhatsApp group, a family WhatsApp group. And we all know the nightmares of the family WhatsApp group. We have to interact with family. Okay. And it's also a way to satisfy their curiosity. All other people do, all other family works. You know, when they begin to say things like, you know, in Mateo's family, they do things like that, and they can play video game until 9. And okay, they open the perspective about the world, and it's okay. I'm more afraid of young generation absolutely not curious about the world, that young people curious about other way of thinking, being, and learning. So it's in the way of teenage to explore, and the digital world, it's a modern way to explore. Another aspect, it's internet, social platforms is a way, an easy way, if you want, to experiment different aspects of yourself, secret aspect of yourself. If you're homosexual and you're not well perceived in your family, you can access to information. You can discuss with people like you, or questioning the identity perspective. If you are different, if you perceive any difference in yourself, you can go online and seek resources and people of goodwill to help you. It's matter of fact, it's a common trend in use today. So we can say that social media make our kids sick, addicted to. I just say it doesn't very work for helping even the kids who are struggling with their usage. Excessive usage. I just say that it's part of the teenager to have an appetite for those things. And the incapacity of regulation is not a sickness, it's just use. And it's the beauty of it, because if you're already capable of restraining yourself in all matters, you are an adult, and not all adults are capable of restraining themselves in face of fun things to do. So uh, it's a way for teenager to explore, master autonomy, while in society, schools, for example, we do not encourage so much autonomy. Just a one question: what can teenager can decide in in their environment, such as school, such as family? What can they decide in uh, the rules of the school? If they go outside, the teaching matters, the way they teach, nothing in matter of fact, in most cases. So it's a way that teenagers embrace technology. It's not the only way, but it's a common one today. Is social media a drug? Short answer, no. Long answer, no, because it does not fit. It's a simplest answer to a complex matter. So it's not about drug and addiction. It's about an activity where you have fun and you must stop it. For an example, sleep and social media. When teachers and parents ask me those questions, it's only is always on his screen and he don't sleep. He doesn't sleep, and in the morning he won't go to school, and he have great problems. It's the problem, the social media, or is the other stressful factors, such as the school, such as family difficulties, or I don't know, it's maybe a love breakup or just a love, because love can you keep you awake at night, and it's cool. So if you read the meta-analysis on social media and teenager well-being, you will see it's deceiving. I don't know. Yes, it has an effect, a statistical effect, but it's so meaningless. 0.4, just nothing. There are many other factors that explain much better the well-being and also the suffering of teenagers today than the media use. So as digital practitioner, caregiver, parents, where the focus should be on controlling the media, restraining, protecting, avoiding risky situation, or stimulating skills and positive behaviors. You know my answer, of course. Voilà. So I will now bring a more family perspective to the digital use about children and teenagers. So you can see at your left, a totally real family from the 80s. Okay, as a gamer, I can use this is crap. Why? Because if you look, there is only one player that can play the game. And it's not even the good joypad, it's the gun. And the rest of the family are ecstatic watching, I don't know, maybe Super Mario, and the other kid doesn't play, it's not connected. So it's like the happiest family ever and no one is playing. Boring. So why I'm bringing this up? Because positive use of media doesn't mean happiest ever. Voilà. When there is anger, when there is suffering, when there is anxiety, it's a legitimate emotion that we can embrace, talk about it as family. So tell me what media you use as a family. I will tell you what family you are. Uh, Example, as a sibling, maybe you know the intense struggle for the power of the remote, the TV remote in the living room. Who has it? Who can change the program TV? It's daddy. Oh, it's mommy. Oh, it's me. Well, it can be very intense. So if you explore the media practice of family, you will observe a cultural approach about family. Each family has its own belief system about what's good, what's dangerous, and what's not for you, not for me. It's not our way. So as a therapist and as a parent, I think it's useful because if I can access to what's important for that family, why they make this kid watch TV show in such a low age, I can bring change and and this family is not seen as a sick one, as a toxic family, but a family with skills. And if they do so, it's because it works for them. Don't watch always with our professional screening grid, pathological, toxic, dangerous, or not my family. We always know that my family is better than yours. As a family therapy, I know it's crap. Okay. So children are interested in what interests us. If you watch a show, if you watch your smartphone, they will watch it not because they are obsessed with the smartphone, because it's something, it's interesting, daddy. It must be fun. It must be cool. It's why they touch the TV screen where the greasy ends, and you're like, no, dangerous. You will break it. And so doing that, we send a message. This is a valuable thing. This is an object different than other. So we put the technology above all other objects. So ourselves, we trans we make a point. Technology are more important than other technology or other activities. So we can discuss this in family. Why TV is important? Why in every European family there is a TV that organize all the setting. Okay, no, I don't have TV. Okay, one don't have TV, but the most part of people have TV or multiple TV. Uh, we have also a magic trick as adults. We can say things like, no, it's not gaming, it's professional. I'm watching my mail, it's for a conference. I am adult, I can't, I pay for it. For the kids, doesn't really matter because what they observe is my parent is using media. So we can interrogate ourselves. So what are the rules in my family? What is the good way of using media? The good time, the good moment, if you want. Uh, it's not for us to feel pity, but to interrogate ourselves. So what we make um, um, rule that doesn't be rule that don't restrain kids for learning and develop good practice. So skills rather than risk. You learn nothing by avoiding risks, especially teenagers. They programmed, if you said so, to take risks. The toddlers have to take risks for standing up and walk. It's in our human nature. So we can't place our kids in bubbles, but we can educate them and educate family to protect themselves and have resources in face of risky situations. If you encounter bad people, bad content online, what are your internal and external resources? That's something we all can do as parents. It's not like I'm a professional of informatics. I don't have a doctor in IT. I'm just a psychologist. So the main goal for me as a therapist and a trainer of professional is how can we all together work on the emotional skills, the social and ethical skills. What you do online have an effect on other people, and other people can have effect on you. The analytical skills and critical thinking. How do you know this is true or false? By which way? Uh, if if we can do that as a parent, we have all that matter for thinking about technology, because technology don't matter. Kids and family matters. Technology is just a tool. And a tool can do no harm if you say so, if it's well used. Um, but of course, knowing a bit of technical skills should help. And I often use strategical naivety, candid. I don't know you how to use it. Show me. Show me you as a young, as a digital native. No, they are not digital native, but you master Fortnite, you master this smartphone. Bring me your knowledge. And it changed the relationship between adults and young one. Um, like this fellow gamer who have no support, we must support families because they are the main tool about best practice in digital world. So is a fancy way of doing it, if you want so. There are no, if you look well, technical skills. There are human skills. I will start by the end. How are we doing? If I'm vulnerable, if I'm struggling with a divorce, with living check by check, is I'm a single mom in a teeny apartment with no garden, it's not the same story as is I live in a big house. I can go on vacation often. I can travel. I can have all sorts of fun activities outside. So the screen in the first case is the only way to escape this difficult reality, and it's okay. We must support that for the parent in that situation. It's not about it. You should less watch TV and do what? Maybe the way that that this family use the screen is a protective way that impeach other bad behaviors or toxic behaviors. So, and if you are separated, divorced, how can we have balance in the way of daddy make things, the way of mommy make things, or two daddies, doesn't matter. Because if you're not well, if you're not in the good mental health, you, you will have not enough resources to educate your kids about media, like you said this morning. So I hope you're well. Voilà. And families, it's all about values and transmission. What it's important to me as a parent? It's a good question. I want my kids to be a critical thinker. I want my kid to be happy. I want my kid to be safe. How can make them safe? Avoiding or bringing positive skills that reinforce protection. You know, it's not the same path. So talking, sharing. I come from a family, an Italian family, when we speak out loud, watching TV and commenting political stance, and it was a big fuss. And it's okay. It's okay because we can talk about what it makes us feel, about how we disagree, but in the end of the supper, we say, ciao, buonasera, and see you next Wednesday. And it begin again, okay? So emotion is the key factor for me. Emotion, transmission, and cultural differences in families is the way that we can approach family step by step, respecting their own rhythm and needs. If you work with family, you touch kids. And if you touch kids, you touch families in a systemic way, if you want a circular way. So screen time is not the main focus. It's just a consequence. It's not the problem. We are all in front of screens today, okay? But we can because it's professional. So what about video games? And I will conclude on that. When I was a kid, I wanted to make as a profession a journalist about video game. I missed the point. I'm only a psychologist, so so I will remain this. Recall this: video games, like audio media content, are aimed at different types of audience. It's not because it's a video game that it's for kids. I do enjoy GTA and violent video games, but I'm an adult. I can play it. It's not adequate for the needs and the abilities, the emotional abilities, the critical thinking abilities of kids, such as a film of Coppola, Scorsese, or Tarantino. Okay, and we have ways to ensure, like the Peggy I showed you, that is more or less for kids, like cinemas, like books. Harry Potter 1 is suitable for young kids, maybe, but the 7, the 6, and the 7 are not so, okay? Even if it's fantasy. Okay. In the media, and when people meet me, they ask always the 4 questions, the 4 topics that you see below me. The 4 horsemen of video game. How many time is too much time? It's a classic one on parents. There is no such too much time. How you differentiate patient from pathology? If you're a guitarist, you play the same chords ever. And if you impeach that guitarist to play, it will be sad. Maybe it will be angry. It will be in despair. But playing music is not useful in itself. It's just sound that we may and we like. Okay, we hope we like. So screen time is not the problem. It's in which way the screen time is in competition with other primary needs. of the kids and the family. If it's not, it's just an affair of a matter of value. Is it a legitimate media, a legitimate leisure as monopoly, reading, or playing outside? Okay. School grades. There are no significant links between school grades and school failure and video game use. In fact, video games is a coping strategy in front of difficulties in the school environment, because whatever you do in video games, you will succeed. In time, you will succeed. No matter who you are, what's your intelligence, what's your social background, you will succeed. The structure of the game will provide it. School doesn't work like that. I recall my own psychological traumatism in mathematics. Like I said, I'm a psychologist. If you fail at math once, you will fail more and more and more, and you will not be able to make a useful or legitimate work like doctor or engineer. No, you will end in social science like me. Okay, not a real job. Okay, violence. Does video games bring violence? No. If you look at the statistic in modern and Western Europe, we see that youth violence decreased in the past 50 years, while video game statistics explode. So it's not significatively meaningful. And people confuse violence and aggressivity. It's not the same topic. And finally, addiction. There is, in many cases, some cases, sorry, problematic uses, but it's a way of coping from underlying suffering, family issues, school issues, bullying, depression, and other personal difficulty. So we should focus on these underlying topics to regulate video game. If you break the PlayStation or the computer, the underlying problem will remain and sometimes amplify. So let's promote positive media use and don't forget to have fun. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Arnaud. Are there any questions in the room or online? We have a question there. Wait. I give you the microphone. Wait.
I'm returned. Oh, thank you. Validation. Thank you. Yes.
And something that we also struggle with as parents is this issue of addiction to internet gaming. And quite frankly, one of my greatest challenges comes from psychology, because DSM-5 classifies this as a possible disorder. So if I get a parent that has read something online or offline and knows about this, if I say, listen, your child just wants to be entertained, and you just need to understand that playing for 3 hours or 4 hours every day is not an addiction, they'll say, yes, but psychologists read into this who know much better than you.
Internet. Yes, yes, yes.
That know everything better than you do. Tell us that it is possible. Okay. So how do we respond to this? Because if it's already classified in the DSM-5, it's already it already becomes scientific truth.
Thank you. Science and truth. Are you ever all day? Okay. So when I encounter parents, thank you for the question. I said, okay, so what? What's it's your preoccupation? Is it the suffering? As a psychologist, what triggers me is the suffering. So if as parent I see suffering, changes in the behavior, if I see conflicts, okay, what what's your wish? What do you want to restore in the relationship with your kids? What's your fear? And I don't contradict parents. They're always right. They knew their kids, not me, even if I'm a professional. No, that doesn't matter. They know their family, they know the kids, they know their needs. So my only virtue, my only power, it's to uh, create a different question, another way of thinking the problem. Maybe the problem is not too much video game, is that while he is gaming, is not interacting with me. I fear of sadness. I fear of maybe its incapacity of making relationship with other kids. Maybe I fear for its professional future. So I bring everybody on the table and let's talk about it. Because if you don't do that, it just the parent will be seen as the one who wants not me to play. Okay, and it's modern difficulty of parent today to be seen as the one who said no, not now, not because it's a bad habit, but because I think as a parent that it's not good for you now. And then you can speak about it's not a matter of DSM of gaming disorder of the OMS. It's a matter of what is the main problem for that family. So don't contradict them. Let's embrace it. Okay, what's your fear? Let's talk about it and go along. And you will see, I think, that it's it calmed down a bit because the parent it's hurt. He say, someone listened to my primary concern, my kids. And so they will not talk about psychology. They will talk about the kids. And in the end, that's all that matter. I don't know if that helps like as an answer. Thank you. Thank you. Sir? Yes?
I know that taking things out of context may be tricky, but there was a funny slide. I liked it very much, and it was on young people's addiction to social media. So my question is, all of the children on the pictures, there were 3 pictures, so 6 kids, they were wearing glasses. Why so? Was it a deliberate or accidental decision? Because some people say usage of social media brings about short-sightedness. Other people say, well, usage of social media makes us see the world in a better color. So what did you say about this? Thank you.
Um, hmm. Like I said, I'm not a teenager anymore. It depends of the kids, so I can't answer that. In matter of fact, it's a tricky response, I know. But I really think if kids use it, it's that they do it because it makes sense for them. So it's our job to bring that sense in perspective. And maybe it's a dumb way to do it. Okay, teenagers do dumb things. We all know that. We have done that ourselves. But it's not the problem. It's all out of that dumb things, that behaviors that we don't understand, we can make bridges between adult views and teenagers' view. So there is no, in my point of view, universal response to the specific matter. So it's a bit a coward of myself to say so, but it depends on each youth because there is no sense of youth. There are young people like adults, and they are not the same. You don't do the same when you're on Facebook than me, I guess so, on Instagram. So we need to seek motivation. Motivation is a useful tool, both in video game and social media, to seek meaning. Because if we don't do that, we will bring a meaningless response in face of risky situation, and it's just a position of authority. I know better than you. And yes, we know better, but no, it doesn't matter that we know better. They have to take that path. It's like Sisyphus, if you know. It's always the same old question: why are young people so dumb? Because it's the way humanity is, and people are not dumb; they are learning. Each human, it's fascinating that start to zero to adulthood, uh, use the same path as all humanity. So each generation have to learn everything. So it's not our job to help them, if you say so, if you can say so. So I don't know, and it's okay. I don't know. They will learn. I will learn by watching and doing with them. Sorry.
Well, thank you for the presentation. It was amazing. My question is, do you believe in extreme measures? To take extreme measures, for example, if you want to try to take a phone from an adult, that might works, but for teenagers, that's a drama. So, what is your opinion about taking extreme measures?
Extreme measures means extreme suffering, extreme despair. It's that parents and people have already tried all they have learned by their own book. So before saying, oh, it's bad, it's violent, we should learn the process that brings to that extreme measure. I don't think it's suitable and it's work in the long term meaning, because the message is violence is the key. Authority is the key. It's the opposite of autonomy. And it can be tense with kids and young people. They have not the capacity of project themselves in the time. If you ask a teenager what they will do in September, it's science fiction for them. They're just thinking about exams in Belgium and summer trips if they are lucky. So extreme measure means that for the adults, it's the one way they can resolve a matter that touched them very profoundly. So it's, as a therapist, I would say, oh, this parent was a kid. Oh, his own parents have used extreme measure to coerce it, to educate him or her. And in history of humanity, it's proof that violence, extreme measure, does do not work on the long term. It can bring more and more harmful damages, physical, psychological damages, and social damages. So you can try it, but it won't work long. For me, I don't know if that's on your question.
It's not my case.
No, I know it's on. Yes, man.
We'll take one final question from Paulo.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, first of all, I join to the congratulation. I think that is nice. The call to have experts or psychologists, sociologists, even philosophers to inform the debate about rules is instead of just legal people or expert IT, etc., is more than proven with your intervention. I have a question about technology. You mentioned that is we should have rules that do not restrict the capacity of children to learn. What do you think about the fact that technologies are becoming more and more sophisticated in the possibility of manipulating or affecting mental life of our children? Just a reflection on this, please.
It's true that the modern world, the Western world, because it's the only I know, it's complex and more complex. The tools and the skills you have to master as an adult, it's quite astonishing if you compare 50, 100 years ago. I don't know if technology is the main issue. It's the speed rate of new technology. It's why I said it's a race lost from the start, because technology may be new, but the human brain is the same. Like we can't invent a new color. We are limited by the spectrum our eyes can see. So it's all the new way, new packaging, but same ways. You have VR, Google Lens, you have intelligence, ChatGPT, who could have done a speech better than me. And what? So the matter for me is it's not do we risk to be outsmarted by technology? It's already done. We are outsmarted. But the key for me is not intelligence, it's not manipulation, it's the opposite, it's education, it's critical thinking. Our kids are smarter than us. It's not a threat, it's an asset for me. So, okay, they will use Wikipedia. If you teach when Wikipedia was bring to the world, what it's a new nightmare, they will cheat. No, it's a tool. It's a fantastic scientific tool for learning and doing. So it's the rules of education and the power of education and appropriation by cultural ways that for me will be the solution, not the competition about mastering the technology. I do not master technology. I remember a time when you have to enter C / DOS, dot execute and MS DOS. Kids today don't have to do that. It's not more complicated. It's simpler. It's just us that we see it strange because it's strange from our childhood perspective. I think it's Arthur C. Clarke that said that each technology that it's appeared after our 30s is seen as a strange object. And if you kids today don't know that the save icon was a real object. So it as a parent, I have 2 kids. It will happens to me. I know they will have technology that I don't master, but I count on the educational principle that they can teach me. And I will not teach you to master it. I will teach them to critical, to thinking, to acknowledge their emotion and protect themselves because I will not be always there. It's my humble way of responding to your question, if I can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arnaud. I think it's clear that I can speak for all of us that this was a very interesting and enlightening presentation that really set the tone for what we want to discuss over the rest of the day. Thank you. So after Arnaud answering your questions, I have a question for you. Oh, sorry. That's not a question. It's not a test. Before presenting Paola, of course, we will use technology. You can all join on the web URL on top of the slide, ahaslides.com, and then you will ask to be enter a code, and the code is ESOIAM. The same goes for our online participants who can also log into ahaslides.com and then use the same login code. And I see 2 of you already managed to do that. Might be the people online. Let's give some extra time indeed. So the main question is it hard to reach out to parents and promote awareness-raising activities on media parenting? Do you find that a difficult thing to do? So I think we can conclude that not just the majority, like almost everyone who voted said it was mainly something difficult. It's hard to reach parents and promote awareness raising. And that's basically what the whole SOE project has been about. So I would now like to introduce my colleague, Paola Rando. Paola is a European project manager at Child Focus. And since April 2021, she has been coordinating the SOE project. And I think that all partners will agree with me that together with Nadesh, she really has been the driving force behind this project. So she's the best placed person to explain you and give you a quick sneak peek on what SOE was about and how it truly was a joint response to this question, how to support parents in their digital parenting. Paola?
Hello? Yes, can you hear me? Great. So thank you, Nell, for this kind introduction, and thank you everyone for being here today. It's very nice to see all these familiar faces here in Brussels, and thanks also to all the participants online. And final thanks to Monsieur Arnaud Darbo for your introduction, because it really helps and gives and kicks off my all my presentation about the European SafeOnline initiative project. I will have the challenge to stick to the timing, but we will do it. So, as you have replied to the question Nell asked, apparently it is very hard to reach out to parents with awareness raising activities that educate them on media literacy or media parenting in general. And the European SafeOnline initiative had this challenge of reaching out to parents, and we consider it to be a very good practice in these terms. I will give you an introduction of and a presentation of the project in general, and then some key outcomes that we achieved during this 3 years project, and the vision and mission of our project. So the European SafeOnline initiative started in January 2020, and it will be finishing next month. So it's a 3 years and a half long journey that was implemented by 8 different partners in 5 countries, namely Belgium, Bulgaria, Cyprus, Greece, and Romania. They are all here today, and you will get the chance to know them in the afternoon, because they will also present their respective SafeOnline initiative that they have developed. And the main topic, as you have already understood, around the European SafeOnline initiative is media parenting and digital parenting. So how did it start? It started, the European SafeOnline initiative started in 2020, but it started actually a long time before in Belgium. It was 2007 when the Veilig Online program from Gezensbond and Child Focus was developed and launched in Flanders to respond actually to the families and parents' needs of understanding what their children were doing online, how they were using these new technologies and social media that were exploding back at that time. And parents didn't have any idea of how to manage that. So from the fruitful cooperation of Child Focus and Gezensbond, this first training module was born in 2007 and had a great success. Such a success that in 2018, the program So 11 years after, the program won a European prize, and it was selected as the best practice for the safer internet for EU awards by the European Commission. And it's back then that other partners from other countries got to know the program, and that's how it became a European project. So the European Safe Online Initiative, actually the scaling up the adaptation and adoption of the Veilig Online initiative to five different national and regional contexts. So we started the program in 2020 with the transferring of knowledge from Child Focus and Hezimsbond to the implementing partners in Bulgaria, Romania, Cyprus, Greece, and in the French-speaking country, or in the French-speaking part of Belgium, in Wallonia. And then in this first phase, we transferred all the knowledge in terms of content, in terms of methodologies, in terms of structure. We trained the trainers to be in the new implementing countries. So it was 1 year of intensive transferring of all the knowledge that was built during 11 years in Belgium. And then during the second years, the partner adopted and adapted this content to the regional context. They had to, of course, study and analyze how the policy, cultural, social context was in their country, so to adapt the content of the Veilig Online to their own national and local situation. And finally, during the third year, they achieved and they developed their national safe online initiatives, which are the main achievement of this project. But they will be presented to you this afternoon, so I will not go into the details of that. But so what this Safe Online initiative consists of, actually it's a set of 5 trainings of 5 modules about social media, online privacy, cyberbullying, online relations and sexuality and gaming. 5 training modules that are proposed to parents or caregivers in general. They are not only parents that can join these training sessions, but also grandparents or carers in general that are interested in knowing how children are using social media and how they can accompany them in this digital development and digital journey. What is very innovative from this project is the fact that it uses really interactive methodologies that allows everyone to take part to these trainings. The trainings are not traditional trainings that have a top-down approach. Actually, they are given by professional facilitators that are there to facilitate the discussion among parents, to engage the conversation, to create a safe space for parents to be able to share their own experience, to talk about what is happening in their families, what's the challenges that they are faced to every day. In an environment that it's safe, that it's comfortable, and that welcomes everyone. And this is done also through these interactive methodologies, quizzes, videos, statements, practical cases. You will have this afternoon also a demo of a European Safe Online training, so you will be able to test and to see it, how it works. But it's a really catchy way of giving these trainings, that it's also very accessible to vulnerable families as well, for people that don't speak the language, because there are a lot of videos, images. So it's a very innovative way in that sense of giving the trainings. And who I already explained, who takes part in these trainings? Well, the professional facilitators that have the role of bringing parents together and stimulate conversation, reassure parents, give tips to parents on how to accompany their children online. And then the target public are caregivers. But what is the mission, therefore, of this training and the whole program as a European program? Is the one of empowering parents to accompany their children online, giving them the skills to also educate children online. It's not about digital skills in terms of technical skills and how to be a IT geek. It's not the point. It's really accompanying them from a social and pedagogical perspective. Then second mission of our SafeOnline initiative is bridging parents and children needs in the digital environment. And it's actually what Arnaud Zarbo was saying before, this, how did it call him, this boring adult trip triad, and the funny and discovery triad of kids that want really to learn, to have fun, etc. So we want to really create this bridge between the two, create dialogue, make children confident online, empower them through the media, the digital literacy of their parents as well, in order also to build this trust in the family, so that if something turns bad online, children know also how to respond to these online challenges, and know also who to turn to in case this turns badly. The vision behind the SafeOnline initiative is really aligned to what Arnaud Zarbo explained right before. It's really, first of all, the moving principle that is behind this vision is that children have the right to grow up online and offline equally. So it means that the same rights apply in the offline, that apply in the offline world also apply online, and they have the right to be to enjoy, to discover, to play online as offline. Then we cannot. I mean, we promote a critical and a positive approach towards social media, towards the internet. It's a place that offers many opportunities to young children, but also to adults. So let's embrace it, let's enjoy it, let's learn how to better exploit it. Fourth principle of the European SafeOnline initiative is that digital parenting is first and foremost parenting. So we want to reassure parents, if they are able to be parents in the offline world, they will for sure be able also to accompany their children online. They don't need to be expert of all the social media and the games and the video games. They have really to apply the same rules as they apply offline to the online world. They can do it. So this is very important for us. And the fourth point is also the fact that all the families are different. We take into account the diversity in families. There is not one rule that it's valid for everyone. We propose an approach that is open with different tips and tricks that can be applicable to one family, to the other ones, but they are families are different, and they can cherry pick what is more applicable in their families, as they are the only ones who really know how their family are working. And to conclude, I will name some of the biggest achievements and outcomes of this SafeOnline initiative project. Well, it's first and foremost, the 5 national SafeOnline initiatives that have been developed in the 5 different regions, and that will be presented today in the afternoon session, and that have reached since September 2022 more than 5,000 parents in the 5 countries, including Belgium. Then we have recently published a book that is also available right there here in Brussels, so you can consult it during the break. and the European SafeOnline initiative prototype, which is an amazing resource that will be presented to this afternoon. So bear with us, but you won't regret it. Which is a resource that it's super useful for other countries that would like to implement the same initiative in their own national context. So I won't say more because Nadej will present it this afternoon. And that's the end of my presentation. I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paola. Any questions? Not for now. Great. So I hope you have enjoyed these two first sessions of today, but in order to keep the energy going, we are going to recharge a bit. So we are going to take a 10-minute coffee break. So also for our online attendees, take your eyes from the screen a bit, take something to drink. Hopefully you have sunshine at Sweden and you can go and stand outside for a bit. For the people in the room, we will take a 10-minute coffee break. So we will meet here again at 11:30.
Quando state col microfono, no? E stai così, 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 il suono dall'altra parte fa, capito cosa intendo dire? Ecco. Lo devi togliere, devi parlare. Quindi quando fai così e devi girare la testa, il microfono, ecco perché ci sono le cuffie. Oh. Pronto? Come vuoi? Pronto? Funziona? Allora, guarda, ci sono due possibilità. La prima è questa, quindi in testa, pronto? Si sente bene. La seconda, lo metti così, quindi non si vede il cosetto in testa, se preferisci, e lo metti lì. Con questo parli sempre e la questo lo puoi mettere dietro, dipende, o in testa o dietro, tiri sui capelli. Ok. Poi lo spegni, trova la posizione.
Elisabeth.
Elisabeth, guarda, funziona.
Sì, penso di sì, ma
Scusami. Parla.
pronto? Ciao. 1, 2, 3, va bene? Ok. Et 5 000 par an? 5 000 par an, donc 1 000 par an par pays? C'est énorme. C'est quoi? Oui, je sais, mais c'est énorme. Sachant que mais c'est en ligne ou c'est en live? Ah oui, d'accord. Ah, j'ai envie de dire, c'est un très bon résultat. Ouais, mais c'est ça, en fait. Vous avez fait combien de sessions alors? C'est énorme. 25, 25, faut voir les associations, faut voir beaucoup de choses, mais même, c'est bravo, quoi. Ah, d'accord. Donc, d'où les statistiques. Ok, je comprends. Parce que nous, on avait une séance, en fait. Ben oui, je suis française, franco-écossaise. Et toi, tu es? Ben voilà, c'est fait. Bonjour, enchantée, j'ai beaucoup aimé. J'ai 2 filles, donc j'étais en train d'appliquer tout ça. Ouais, mais il faut que le parent fasse le switch, en fait. Parce que moi, par exemple, je suis plus dans parental control, je suis dans self-control. Oui, mais parce que j'ai le bénéfice d'être directrice d'une association européenne qui travaille sur les familles. J'ai eu des formations en plein de trucs, je suis consciente, mais comment font les autres, en fait? Comment est-ce qu'ils vont aller chercher les infos? Parce que c'est pas la télé, c'est pas. Je suis tout à fait d'accord. Making education family friendly. Ouais, ouais. Mais qui, absolument, ils n'ont pas les moyens. Mais c'est aussi, oui et non. Il faut trouver le temps. Non, ça faut arrêter avec ça. Non, mais c'est vrai. Bah, tu as beau donner des bases, en fait. C'est des bases de réflexion, en fait. Mais ensuite, à aller learn by doing. Test, fail. Et... Non, exactement, c'est ça. Mais c'est en testant qu'on va comprendre. C'est pas en zappant complètement la technologie qu'on va apprendre, en fait. Oui, oui, mais c'est ça. C'est ce qu'on fait avec nos filles. Mais nous, on a 2 filles, en fait. Donc, je sais pas ce que c'est pour les garçons. Oui, tu crois? Je sais pas. Oui, là aussi, tu as raison. En même temps, nous, on est sur les jeux vidéo, mais peut-être un peu moins. Nous, les filles, c'est vraiment les médias sociaux, quoi. C'est peut-être. Ah bon, à ce point-là, 50%. Ah bah, je suis contente parce que d'ailleurs, le elephant in the room dans tout ça, c'est l'inégalité femmes-hommes. Je suis désolée de le dire, hein. Reach out to families who, encore la mère, encore et encore et encore, quoi, avec la liste. Mais c'est ça, quoi. Exactement. Donc pour moi, c'est une des façons. Mais bon. Oui, oui.
Allô, pronto? Okay, it's the Sì, no, questo è meno, perché vedi, se avessi perché quel microfono quando è musicale, la voce se vai
Maybe you could cover AI. I know, it feels weird. Do I look weird? Do I look like an alien? At least you managed to put your hair on top. We're going to break out into karaoke. No, for the Safer Internet Forum. Hi, how you doing? Nice to see you in person. Good, good. You both look very summery.
Oh,
Nice dresses.
It's
Quite right. I'm by bike, so I had to be practical.
oh,
Oh, yeah? Okay.
yeah, but it's
Yeah, it's long enough, I guess. Yeah. I only have short dresses. Shorts, yeah. I am. Do you want us to show you because we're experts now? Okay. Yeah. Very, very, very. Yeah. Hundreds, thousands streaming. She's gonna sing a song, so. Have you ever done karaoke, Britney Spears? Oh, baby, baby. What's it called? What's that one called? Does it have a name? You know the one anyway. I don't think I've ever done that one. I confirm in a work environment, it works very well. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh la la. But yeah, Safer Internet Forum. AI? Would at least would it come up? Probably maybe. Mental health is a great one. Have you seen the communication just came out? A mental health communication, the commission came out yesterday. It's got digital. Very nice, yeah. I mean, it's soft law. What can I say? I mean, many initiatives, and but it still puts mental health on the map in a holistic way. That could be a super nice topic, and you would cover a lot, like bullying, connections with families, like how you can connect and help each other, and through technology as well. But the communities dimension, maybe school, leisure and mental health. I don't know. Could be a great one combined with skills, but I mean, high tech. You know, a colleague of mine once attended a meeting. I'm sorry, I'm still laughing about it. The European Institute for Gender Equality here in Brussels, and they started by a warm-up dance. Like literally everybody in the, you know, I mean, I'm all for warm-ups, but if you're not into dancing, like, you know, really, like they had a rapper up on stage and they hip hop.
Soit vous allez les mettre sous la tête.
Les appareils acoustiques, donc je vais les mettre.
Sinon,
Ah, yeah, that one. Yeah, that's
ici
cool.
derrière,
Yeah.
ça va? Et là, vous entendez
I
aussi.
liked it, but you
Voyez?
know, it's pretty basic and inclusive. But
Oui.
dance, when you're in a serious setting,
Ça, vous-
about to start, you know, some people
Au niveau
will
du son,
embrace
vous
it and
préférez.
be,
En fait, c'est juste ça,
others
vous
will be
avez
like,
la
oh my
tête,
god,
les gens,
what?
ils
Do I-
Ça, c'est un microphone, c'est pas des.
uniquement micro, c'est pas des
Hein?
des
Did you
auditeurs.
talk?
Là, en fait, si vous voulez être entendu sur Internet, il faut que vous ayez un micro.
Oui, oui. Donc, comme ça.
Oh, to do what? To achieve what? To make people feel really, well, maybe get them talk, I
Okay.
guess.
Vous entendez?
Oui,
Dance.
Vous entendez?
oui.
C'est bon, c'est bon.
Maybe karaoke.
Donc,
Vous avez besoin
future.
d'entendre avec.
Oh, baby,
là,
baby.
J'ai des.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know. Maybe after work drinks, you know,
Mais
the
je
first
vais
thing in the
essayer.
morning.
La seule chose, sachez que quand j'ai des appareils acoustiques,
I'd say minimum. Minimum. It's great bonding. Although it depends, it can be generational. My choices are very different. My choices would be like Madonna, Four Non Blondes, Alanis Morissette. It's all my generation. I'm mid-40s, so. Yeah, some, you know, really, are they famous enough? Maybe they are, yeah. No, that, yes. Backstreet Boys. But Taylor Swift, I don't even know where to start. Honestly, like seriously, Miley Cyrus, don't know.
Some of their songs, especially there are some Miley Cyrus songs that I mean karaoke, but
We will
Yeah,
start
the
again.
classic. Like the 80s and 90s classic. ABBA, come on, everybody knows ABBA.
the best karaoke.
You're right, some good classics, no? You know, my daughter, she's going through a really weird phase. Do you remember the band Tokyo Hotel? Okay, she's in love with one of the twins and what he looked like at the time. Tom Collins or something. He has super long hair and she fancies him like crazy. I'm like, do you know he doesn't exist anymore? He's now a man with, I know, but it's really weird. But they're showing on TikTok and YouTube all these olds, like they're making, you know, it's really odd. I don't even remember a song Tokyo Hotel. Oh yeah? Which one? Ah, Monsoon. Okay, I heard, but I didn't. Yeah. 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 Totally. But it's a bit weird, no, to fancy someone who doesn't exist, you know? Because they look cute when they were a teen. It's funny. We didn't have that, did we? At least me, sorry, because I had radio, I had TV, but I mean, did I? No, I was into people of my generation. I didn't have access to all that. Yeah, because they have history in 2 seconds. Yeah. Hey, are you serious? About karaoke. Yeah. Well, we're thinking maybe. What do you think?
That's why,
Yeah, karaoke.
karaoke.
No, now it's on.
That's very
Okay, shall we start again? So welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed this short break, and then we go on with the rest of the program for this morning. As we've heard earlier from Arnaud, as we've heard from you saying that it's difficult to reach parents, we know now that parents have needs and that they are difficult to reach. So that leaves us with two answers, but yet many extra questions. Moreover, because the parent does not exist, every parent has its own challenges, and some parents and families have to cope with specific vulnerabilities. So how do we cope with all that, and which measures should be taken? Who should be doing that? And yes, how can we empower parents, not only in the 5 partnering countries of the SOE project, but also across Europe? So in order to find an answer to those questions, we have put together a panel of 3 people who definitely know what they are talking about. So I would very much like to welcome our panelists. Karen Linton, she works at MediaWest, the Flemish Center of Expertise or Knowledge Center for Media Literacy. And there, Karen does many things. Amongst others, she works on the website, very known, famous, and highly appreciated website for parents and grandparents, medianest.be. Elizabeth is a director of COFACE Families Europe, which is a European civil network organization representing all types of families. And last but not least, Sabrina Forbouw, he's project manager at European Schoolnet, the organization that hosts the InSafe network, a network of European safer internet centers, bringing them together to all strive for the internet to be a safe and a stimulating place for our children and young people. And the whole panel will be moderated by Paolo. Paolo, one of the SOE partners, founder and secretary general of EAVI, a non-for-profit or international organization active in the internet-related fields of media education and citizenship. Paolo, I'm going to give the floor to you.
So now it's better. Oh, so you didn't hear all the nice things that I've said about these ladies. Yeah, there are certain debates or chats that I and we all enjoy more than others. And in this case, I think we have the opportunity to discuss not just what we have done within your organizations, but also in which are your opinions, your advice about the experience that we have done. We will structure this panel in the following way. First is Karen, Elizabeth, and Sabrina will give each a few minutes information about what they have done, especially in research. So we will start with hard data. Evidence is something that when we talk to policymakers and other stakeholders, they say, okay, but this is your opinion. Which are the data? Is it therefore I invite Karen first to tell us something about a research project that you're doing biannually. is and if you can give us some information about is the media use of children, especially in Flanders, please.
Yes. Hello. Is the mic working? No? Again? Can you all hear me now? Still not? Try again. Let's. Is it working now? No? Can you hear me now? No? Yes? Yes? Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Hi, yes, so I'm Karen. Thank you for inviting me to the panel first and for all. Indeed, in Belgium, we have this annual research where we ask parents about the media use within their families, but then also to tell them how they're dealing with the media parenting. So what are they doing? What are their needs? What are their worries? And then also we compare this with the research we do with young people to like see if parents are aware of what young people are actually doing online. And we do this every other year, and we just launched some new research a couple of weeks ago, and there were some very interesting insights where we see that the needs are like changing a bit over the years. So I'd like to take you through some of the main highlights that we discovered here for the parents in Flanders. So first of all, we saw this time that young parents, so parents with young children between 0 and 8 years old, that they became more aware and involved in the media use of their children, and that they had this really clear way in dealing with it. We saw that, for instance, the smartphone use of those young children was lower than the previous time. For instance, it was almost half of children who used it 2 years ago, and now only 1 in 3 children was still using it. And we also saw this in the activities that parents said their kids were doing. So they really have this more precise way of knowing, like, okay, I want to let my child use television because those numbers went up, because it's something where we can control the content. And with a smartphone, that's less easy. We can also have more impact on the way they sit, the distance to the screen, so for their eyes. So we saw that the young parents are more involved than they were 2 years ago, and that they had more clear choices about the media use of their children. So that was something very, very interesting to see. But with this raised awareness also came more worries, and not only for those young parents, but also for the parents of teens, because we see that they are more worried than they've ever been. Only 8% of the parents said that they weren't worried about what their child was doing online. And the main worries that they mentioned were screen time, so how long is my child allowed to use a screen? It stays the #1 question throughout the years, but also how they can protect the privacy of their children online, and then also how they can choose which content is most suitable for their child and how they can be sure of that. It changes a bit throughout the years. So for the youngest children, it's the most the worry that they're the most is screen time, and then the suitable content, and also a bit publicity, how they can make sure that there's not too much publicity when their child is watching videos or playing a game online. And then when they grow older, the privacy and the social media use, and then also the impact on mental health becomes bigger worry there. We see that those worries are at their highest point when children are between 9 and 12 years old, and that's not logical, since that's the time where they get their first smartphone, where they create their first account on social media. So we really see that for parents there, it's a time where they or thinking about how to deal with this the most, and where they're really looking into what are good ways to deal with it. They talk the most with their child at this age, but they also have the most worries at this age. And we really see that they're trying to find a balance between talking with their child, but then also still wanting to control it a bit and make sure that nothing bad is happening online, and that once they grow older, they let go of that a bit more. I said at the beginning that we also compare it with arbeidssterfjaren, which is our research with young people between 6 and 18, to see whether or not parents know what their child is doing online. We see there that they know more and more what they are doing online, so that's a good sign, but we still see some things that they're not very aware of. Especially again with those 9 to 12-year-olds, we see that children report using way more apps than their parents think they do. So there is some misunderstanding on whether they're already using social media, which social media apps they are actually using. And then for all kids between 9 and 18, we see that parents underestimate whether or not their child is experiencing or coming into contact with sexting or cyberbullying online, but also whether or not they are seeing content on, for instance, self-harm, suicide, or eating disorders. So we see that there's still, even though they are more and more informed and know what their child is doing online, that there are still some gaps between what children are experiencing and what parents are aware that they are experiencing online. So there's definitely still some room there for more improvement and more work on that. And last but not least, we also focused on vulnerable parents this time to see whether or not there were some differences. It's like we expected, they are less happy about the amount of devices they have at their home, the quality of that device, and also they report having less good internet connection at home. So that was very expected. But what was interesting to see was that they have less rules on media use within their family. But if they have rules, so less vulnerable parents have rules, but if they have rules, they have more than other parents. So less vulnerable parents agree on rules with their children, but if they do, they have more. And we see the same with parental control. Less vulnerable parents use parental control. They report that it's because they want to make sure that their child is exploring social media on their own and media use on their own. But we expect, and also a lot of other professionals also think that it's because they don't necessarily know how to install, for instance, a parental control setting, so that it's a mix of both these things. If they do it, they use more location tracking than other parents do. So I think those were like the main differences that we saw between the other parents and then the vulnerable parents. So yeah, those were some of the main insights that we gained.
That's very interesting. As Arnaud was mentioning this morning, the relationship in between is how much a parent should interfere, know about the media use of his children, or whether he should not. But is nice. It's important to know which is the degree of this information. And you mentioned about the vulnerable groups as well. Is in my own experience, is when I'm not about 40 as I'm not, but is much more. What it was nice to see here at the playground when you go and your child sit, play, and you sit together with the other parents on the playground, that in the end, parents, they do care and they do behave in a very similar way, whether it's a parent from France, Germany, Italy, Brazil, or all moms and dads somehow care. This category of vulnerable people that you have mentioned is also interesting. How how to get there and which kind of support can be provided. We go to Elizabeth. I mentioned that after this short presentation, we'll have then question and answers. Questions from the audience as well, if you wish to. Elizabeth, you do, as Nella was mentioning, is a work for Coface. So with families, and you have done concluded just recently a very important. You have to switch it on.
Yeah.
Is this I've learned?
Yeah.
And you have concluded a very big research project on the use of media and the integration of technology in families. Can you please tell us some about this?
Gladly. Thank you, Paolo. Yes, so we were impact partner in European Horizon 2020 project, and it documented, so the project is called DigiGen, it documented how digital technologies play a central role in the everyday lives of children and young people across Europe. So it was quite a broad spread. It documented that even if digital technologies are transforming the lives of most children and young people, some are at high risk of being left behind. 5.4% of children in Europe are digitally deprived. So there's a digital divide that exists. Children who live in severe material deprivation or who are poor or have low educated parents tend to be at particular risk of digital deprivation. It's no surprise, but it's confirmed. The research also shows that once access to digital technologies is guaranteed, not all children show the same level of interest and confidence in using those digital technologies. So there's two steps in this, in bridging the digital divide. The research also, it identified two main areas where interventions can support the development of children and young people's resilience and mitigate vulnerabilities introduced or enhanced by the digital environment. And the first area is promoting access to digital devices, access to connectivity, and to a digital environment that enables them to participate actively as digital citizens. The second is to promote competency, such as the development of digital and social skills. Social was mentioned by Arnaud. Digital confidence and interest. So these are kind of two main areas where a lot of measures can be taken by policymakers, family practitioners, industry, of course, and families themselves, of course, peer learning, and children. We talked to a lot of children during these 3 years. In terms of digital technologies and their impact on families, well, the data confirms that most children live today in media-rich families and are introduced to digital technologies early on in life. So really in the early years. The common discourse, though, focuses more on the need to reduce children's screen time than it does on encouraging how digitalization can positively contribute to family life. So we try to take a very nuanced approach, not saying, not black and white. Technology has huge potential for child well-being and family well-being. In fact, doing family in the digital era can take many forms. Sharing a funny meme in the family group chat is doing family. Giving a child a tablet to play Roblox while you cook dinner is a form of care and doing family. Teaching your grandmother how to set up an email so you can stay in touch is doing family. So family is really, the general conclusions of the research are pointing to the need to support families to maximize the possibilities of doing family in the digital era. So really using technologies to support and boost family relations. And these can be valuable for children and family members of all ages, even young children. And that was very much demonstrated in the research, how digital technologies do contribute to overall well-being of children. So it's a very different picture being painted to what we would typically hear a lot in the media on banning and screen time and more extreme measures, as a colleague mentioned. So, I mean, I'll say more in the second round, I think.
Thank
But just to give you a flavor of some of the data, pretty much.
Is
I
that-
invite you to see the website for more.
Yeah, I anticipate that I would like, in the second part, I would like to talk a bit about policy, how to translate this that we were calling some kind of common sense before, but is not very often translated into policy and rules. You were mentioning about the access first. Is obviously, if you don't have the ball, you will never learn to play football. And so this trying is a learning by doing things, which is yes, obviously some limits as well, and it depends on the skills, building skills. I will be curious, but maybe I don't know whether we will have time on when you talk about early age. Which is the age is that children do have the smartphone or other kind of gadgets and devices. Big issue, no? The anxiety of parents. What is instead in the interest of the children? Sabrina, you are also working in the network of safer internet centers, and what we have experienced we mentioned about Belgium, we move a bit to Europe as well, and one of the challenges that has been mentioned this morning as well is how to reach out to parents. This is quite is that there is a parents are as soon as they have the opportunity, they say, oh, well, I would like to have more guidance, more advice, but I really don't know where to look for this advice. Can you tell us a bit on whether you see that there are patterns that are similar across Europe in your experience?
Absolutely. I hope you can hear me. Mic check.
Oh,
No.
you know what? This magic thing.
It should be on.
Yeah.
Now? Yeah. I try to speak loud anyway. Thank you, Paolo. And now? Mic test? No, it's on. Hello? All right. Very good. Okay, thank you for the question. And first of all, I would like to start by echoing everything that Karen and Elizabeth said already. And indeed, if we are looking at the wider European picture, I can definitely confirm that when reaching parents, raising awareness, trying to educate parents in that matter, I think across Europe, and that's what we hear from the colleagues that are working at national level in the safer internet centers, are same challenges and struggles. So to keep that on a positive note, I think it's good, and I'm sure you experience the same in your project. We have a lot of things to discuss, but also a lot of best practices to share. And I think what was quite clear already from the presentation this morning, and also what Karen and Elizabeth said, it's we have to make the effort to define different profiles and different personas of parents, because yes, we see parents are difficult to reach for, of course, various reasons, but I think there are very different types of parents out there. And I think when trying to reach them, when trying to raise awareness, I think we need to make the efforts to not cluster them or put them under one hat, but to create different personas, and then trying through these different profiles to find the best suitable platform in place to reach them. And I think it's very similar to with every other target audience that we're trying to reach, is we have to go where they are. We cannot expect them to come where we are. And of course, this proves very challenging with parents, because we heard already some different types of parents. We have heard about the vulnerable parents that maybe would like to know more and would like to do something, but they don't have the time or the resources to do so. We heard already about single parents, parents from lower socioeconomic households, parents with migration background. Of course, there are also this category, unfortunately, of parents that maybe simply don't care. But then there's also the category of parents that would like to do something, that are motivated, but they don't know where to go to and where to start, because that's a mountain to climb. And I think this is why the European project, the one that you have been doing for the past 3 years, but also the work of the National Safer Internet Center is so vital, because basically they provide resources and advice. We just need to make sure that whatever we create, we need to bring it where the parents are. And just to give some best practice examples, I think obviously there is the stereotypical and traditional parent evening, but we also hear a lot from our colleagues that this doesn't really work, because if you go into school and if you organize parent evenings on, for example, child protection, online safety, media literacy, education, it's either the school needs to support them, and we know that also that is sometimes not on the agenda of each school, but then typically you will find the parents there that are already motivated, that are already aware, that want to be involved, but of course not the others. So in terms of simple awareness raising, I think we have seen also from our colleagues at national level very creative ways to find the parents where they are. So that could be, for example, at their workplace or on the way to their workplace, be it in a metro station, at a petrol station, etc. Just to name very basic examples. Where do parents hang out in their free time or with their children? Paolo mentioned the playground. This is where they are, this is where they go to. And I think the effort needs to be made to find them where they are. Maybe another profile that we haven't really discussed much, and I would be also keen to hear what others are saying, and Karen talked about this young generation of parents, this new generation of parents. We also see a lot of parents that are also excessively using social media platforms like the blogger moms, those who are dancing on TikTok either by themselves or with their children. What about those parents? Can we be more relaxed because we assume they are also using social media in the same way as the young people do? Or should we even be more worried because they are maybe not aware themselves how dangerous or what are the challenges is that they find? So not making the issue more complex, but I think to conclude with the first round, that we need to make the effort to profile different types of parents, and then we need to make the effort to go with our resources and our work and competences where they are.
Yeah, thank you, Sabrina. So there is not a recipe, is a rule that is valid for all, parents are different from each other. Is what we notice, and that this maybe would deserve a reflection in the training that we have done in the different countries, is that often is the moms that turns up rather than the dads. Why is that? Let's think about but the issue of giving a good example is obviously, again, we have heard of from this morning, not in a moralistic way. Is we are mentioning about this moral panic, not to be arrogant to know what is right and what is wrong, but being is switching to this listening mode. Are we able to listen to our children and is about their true needs, and to go out of this bubble? No, is to, and when you say to reach parents when they are, and not always the usual one. And Karen was mentioning about groups of parents that are more vulnerable because of the economic, social background and other issue. We are in Brussels, and yesterday, as we were, for instance, at the meeting, some member of parliament of the European Parliament, and they are a group that they do need to receive information is from all of you, and I like to hear from Karen, Elizabeth, sorry. We were discussing about is a specific piece of information that is children's sexual abuse. That is a piece of legislation that Europe is trying to adopt. Is not done yet. No, I don't know how long it's going to take. Maybe that you can tell us, and maybe also slightly what is about exactly. Is there is this issue of digital policies and social policies. Social policies, maybe they do deserve more attention than what is given at the moment. Is and again a more challenging sub question for Karen. Karen, if you can expand on that, how can this be policy be future proof? For instance, technology is changing and but policy takes a lot of time to be approved. Do you want to elaborate on this?
Sure, I can try.
Thank
Can
you.
you hear me okay? Yeah.
It's easy to ask the question, but then I know that is
I mean,
not
I would like to also come back on what was said. Obviously, as a family organization, there's a lot to be said. But yeah, from a policy perspective, for sure, practical supports. I want to call it not education. It's difficult. Parents are under so much pressure already. But if we're trying to support them, empower them, not educate them, educate is a big word. But in general, the ethos is really about the values for us is empowerment, ultimately, just like the UNCRC is about empowering children. Empowering parents is an approach which is fundamental, not to create burden, but really to, engage with them in a way that doesn't place additional pressure. But okay, policies are also fundamental, of course, to support families. And what we're trying to look at in COFAS is, well, basically the intersections between social and digital policy. So trying to mainstream digital concerns in social policies and policies for families, and trying to mainstream social rights and human rights in digital policy. So examples, for instance, well, look, the impact of digital transformations are commonly addressed in economic policy, employment, education, so digital skills, but in social policy, we're not quite there yet. We're not quite there yet, but I mean, every part of our life is digitalized today. So really, social policy is no different to other fields. They're increasingly integrating measures, okay, to ensure access to digital technologies and skills to support the use of technologies, but there's still quite a lack of measures strong enough to bridge this digital divide that I was talking about. So I think whereas there is an effort to go in that direction, definitely this can be stepped up. And maybe it's through having access to data, in Eurostat, having population data about how they use digital technologies, not just to look at social indicators, but the digital dimension of a family's life. But okay, we're getting there step by step. But it's therefore important not just to look at social policies, but to embed these kind of programs like European SafeOnline into policy. Embed these skills, these programs into developing when you aim for, to address family poverty, or when I'm thinking of family policy, you're trying to reduce poverty, you're trying to boost work-life balance, really try to mainstream this, the support programs in policy design. So not just looking at regulation, but looking at skills as part of one of the policy solutions. I don't know if I'm making myself clear.
Yeah, you did indeed from a general point of view. Maybe at the we go to Karen and Sabrina, but you didn't mention anything about the children
Yes.
sexual abuse.
The other side of the coin is digital policy. So making digital policy more social rights and child friendly. So the piece of legislation on the table being discussed by the European Commission, Parliament and Council today is a proposal to prevent and tackle child sexual abuse. So to detect child sexual abuse material online and to impose rules on the industries concerned so that they detect and remove.
This is very important. This is not social legislation. The EU cannot legislate in social. This is technology. This is digital legislation, which is having a massive social impact, potentially, if adopted. So it's an example of how EU regulation, but there's many, the GDPR, the Digital Services Act, the AVMSD, audiovisual visual.
Sorry, this policy will would remove or facilitate the removal of content.
Yes.
What is the focus of
It
it?
would impose it, absolutely. So it's aiming to adopt European rules, to impose rules on ICT providers or digital platforms to not only detect but remove, and not voluntarily, but to find ways to detect this material online. It goes without saying, this is a massive support to families. You know, you can give the families all the skills you want in the world, but if the environment is not protecting them or empowering them, you know, it's an example of the regulatory environment as
So
fundamental.
it's content about sexual abuse.
Yes, sexual
that would
abuse
be removed
material.
from online.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
that's great.
But it's one example, but there's many tech legislations that can support families, you know, make sure that children's data is not being harvested, making sure that there is privacy, making sure that the advertising business models online do not basically try to keep us addicted, you know, online. I mean, age verification technology, for instance. So there's many areas in the digital field that can have massive social impacts. So we're really trying to drive that. And the regulation you mentioned is one of many examples, but it's going through Parliament and Council, and we really hope.
Which are the timing? When could it be
We hope
approved?
it will be adopted by next year for sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is yeah, Europe is doing greatly from that point of view. It's not China or USA or Africa or Russia that are doing much in this sense. And as you mentioned, there are a number of relevant is a piece of legislation is of rules, hopefully good rules that would help the life of all of us, society. Is no meaning is the common rules that we give each other for in our common interest. No, if we share the same values. Karen, there is a long I mean, is a number many things that I would like to discuss, but is to make. Is one I mentioned in my question this morning about the impact of artificial intelligence, the new emerging risk that comes with technology. I would like is to hear from you if there are strategies that you see to anticipate those risks, or and if you can relate this to the possibility of the challenge it was mentioned to reach out the parents. So parents are faced with, as we say, we don't know is what our children are doing with the gadgets. Possibly we shouldn't know. But yeah, we are really worried, or maybe we are not fully justified to be worried, but we are. And moreover, on this in this context, it comes a new piece of technologies which seems to separate even more parents from children, and the trend seems to go in that direction. Is it true or not? And what should parents do?
Yes, thank you for the question. Everyone can still hear me? Great. Perfect. Yeah, so it's true, every time there's this new technology or some new app or something that emerges, parents, but not only parents, adults tend to worry that they won't be able to follow what children are doing online, and they tend to worry on how they should deal with it. And I think with AI, it's also the same thing. It's something new. We don't really know what it is, and children seem to find their way with it quite easily. But what we always tend to forget is that actually there doesn't need to be a gap. If we just the first thing that we try to say to all the parents that come to us, and usually they say like, oh, they're way more ahead of using this technology than I am. Like, I didn't grow up with this. How should I accompany them online? And then we say, well, just talk to them. Just like start a conversation, ask like, what are you doing with this technology? What are you doing online? And then you have a lot of critical insights that you can share with your child, and you don't have to know every little detail about a technology, about an app, to support them and to help them and to guide them. So I think it will be the same with AI again from a parent perspective. Then that starting a conversation will be the starting point, and then of course there's some other things that should happen on policy level. But as a parent, you just starting that conversation and feeling confident that if you show interest in what your child is doing online, that they will also come to you if they have a question, or if something happens that they didn't like online, that they will come to you and that you can help them from there.
So
Is most important.
and as we were saying, we have to gain the trust of our children first. And then no, parenting, digital parenting is simply parenting. Is to have all these virtues that normally parents do have or develop in accompanying, as you have mentioned, their children and caring for them. You mentioned some parents, they have different level of caring. Obviously, depends on many. Of course, we all love our children, but being able to care properly it requires some skills. Sabrina, one of the things that we have done in this respect with our project that work, and Paola mentioned it this morning, was to have to facilitate rather than this top down. So I tell you what is right, I tell you what is wrong. You should learn this, and then it's very difficult, because if you don't, there is no way to teach anything to somebody that doesn't want to learn. But to facilitate this process was something that was working. And I know that you are working on this peer-to-peer methodology. Peer-to-peer is we did it amongst parents. You possibly did it amongst children as well. Can you tell us something?
Yeah,
about
absolutely.
yours?
So within the work we're doing on the Better Internet for Kids project, we are also, to bring another type of policy on the table, we are sort of setting in the framework of the Better Internet for Kids Plus strategy that was launched last May. And I think this was a real milestone, because it sets the framework and it puts youth participation at the front of its action. And I think by today, we have all realized that it's very important to make young people part of the action, and also empower them to lead by example. And here again, the peer-to-peer methodology, I think, has over the years proven as a very efficient methodology to kind of share this knowledge between different generations. So be this a very young child and a teenager, but also be this a young person and an adult. For example, in the education sector, and here again, I'm representing European SchoolNet, so we are working also a lot with educators. We have been talking about this flipped classroom approach, where basically it's also the student that is able to kind of teach the teacher about certain aspects and certain things, and why not also adapt this in a family setting. Of course, as Nell said this morning, we should not take for granted that our children are digital natives, but I also feel very often we underestimate the awareness and the skills that the young people are having. So I think it's fair to make them part of this discussion. And I think, of course, we want to move away from this typical situation that the parent is always right, the child is always wrong. As the keynote speaker also said this morning, it's not a competition. But we also see, especially when talking to very young children, that when you ask them who inspires you, who's your role model, a lot of them are saying their parents, because of course they interact with them every day, they copy them, etc. So I think we need to also, when talking about the usage of technology in the household and in the family settings, we need to use this as a means of conversation, and of course not only when it comes to parenting, to use technology to have a sort of quiet moment as an adult for ourselves. I think there needs to be this conversation, and I think young people also need to be made part of this conversation, and I think there are very great examples already happening. I think, as I said, the Big Plus strategy, I think, really set the tone to make sure that young people are part of policy making. They have their say when it comes to safety by design, etc. And I think this can also then be implemented more in the home setting. And as you said, it should not be a top down. It should be a conversation about equals. And then maybe again, when talking about how do we reach parents, why don't we ask the children what they think? Where do you think your parents are? How do you feel we can reach them? So I think also in this setting, I think having young people as part of the conversation is very vital, and we can learn a lot from them.
Thank you, Sabrina. Yeah, again, having worked on this project for 3 years, 10 minutes, I'm going to ask you if you ever think about what would you like to see happening if you could have the power of and the magic wand, never. No, it seems a very common sense. We have to listen to our children. They are more skilled than what we think. Parents are a bit, suffer a bit of this anxiety, but well, it's legitimate. Parents is the biggest category in the world. I think I don't know, is the statistics exactly, but in fact, I do think that the children maybe not just unequal, but they are better than us and they can teach us a lot, or at least we have to. You mentioned this very nice word, conversation. Conversation means to be able to listen. To know is that your child tells you or share their concern. Well, I don't know what you want to do, but you know that is if something happens, it will come for support to hey dad, this has happened. What do you think? Or maybe they do it in a subtle way. And as again I was said today, we should not they do go there because they know that we are not there. So is maybe at the next is a event of this kind, we should invite to speak the children rather than speak on their behalf. And because it's very much revealing and you do in some of the exercise that you do in your organization and work, what if you do truly get their opinion, their suggestion, and it was also nice. I go on and on, but sorry, it becomes a bit monotone. But about this flip, how you call it, a flip classroom. There was once I was traveling and I was visiting a school in India actually, where the children were going to the classroom and were saying, hey, I've seen a frog, I want to know more about the sky, and the teacher had to adapt. Is not the other way around. And this, if he borns from a real need, and then you capture their attention and you can build something together into the unknown. Not that there is something that is very, very much is predetermined, which is often the arrogance of parents and other stakeholders as well. Having said that, children are not, I mean, the gods and saints. They have the weaknesses as well, and so is a complex but fascinating is a debate that we could have over there. The magic wand. The Karen, if you could, no, is you have worked on this for a while, and say, okay, you know which are the challenges, the obstacles, the problems, the possible solution. What would you do? Say, okay, from tomorrow, ding, is what would you like to see happening? If you want to think about, I ask somebody else first.
There's many things I would like to see happening. Is it? Yeah, it's okay. Okay. There's many things I would like to see happening. But I think I'm thinking which one to pick.
You are wasting your magic power.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think I would like to see more more conversations between parents, like parents one-on-one. What we see with the SafeOnline initiative, for instance, that really helps them exchanging a lot, because for now sometimes they feel like they have to do it on their own. So I would really like to see more initiatives like SafeOnline to make sure that they know how to talk to each other and help each other as well, and then also of course interaction with the child. So I think, yeah, if I would look into the future, I hope I would see that, so that they feel empowered and that they know that that together they can go through it.
More okay. Is this will be great to have. So is a setting in which a soil that is fertile, so that conversation and family settings would work is better. Thank you. That is a very nice reflection. Was the Sabrina or Elizabeth? What
Do you wish to go for it? Okay. I mean, I have the same challenge where to start, but I guess
you can even be more ambitious.
Well, no. Already, I think just small steps can be very important. Although maybe this is not so small. For kids, really, I think it's about making digital citizenship compulsory in school curriculum. So if you're doing citizenship education, just add a module on digital citizenship, really, and start teaching them early. I'd say from 6, 7 years old, as soon as they can read and write, first thing in schools. For families, I guess if you look at family policy and paternity, maternity, parental leaves, these are lonely times. These are not easy times, especially when it's your first child. Having a support system in place, either postnatal workshop or, kind of a place where you can go during your leave, not be left alone, but a space where you can, proactively you are reached out to, offered spaces where you can come and learn about parenting, but also why not about media parenting? Start thinking, reflecting, but really at this crucial moment in life. Voilà.
Thank you. Sabrina, your turn.
really, when it comes to technology, I think what I would like to see more in project work, but also policies that industry is doing really more co-creation. And it's a lot of work because first you need to reach and invite the people to work with you, but once you are there, I think you will be able to create fantastic resources and you can be sure that they are fit for the needs of these targets.
You are very humble with your super power. Is but yeah, is I think indeed no is to overcome some of these issues are a bit systemic, and it seems that we have to decide within these borders and frame, but possibly not. Is that this would be nice to see. Is I think that is to conclude, and it would be. I mean, we should see our children joyful. I think this is the measure of our success in parenting. I don't know if there are a couple of questions from if we do have time, and if you do have reflections or things I'm asking Paola if we have the permission or not. What's the answer?
Yes, I think you have time for one question.
Reflection.
I think our panelists are still here for lunch after, so you can always see them later on. But I think there was a question. Let me get a microphone. That way our online attendees can also hear what you have to ask.
Thank you very much. I don't know if this is working. I'm a very loud speaker.
You're a very loud speaker.
Okay, well, thank you very much for all your interventions. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the balance on responsibility between parents and companies and the industry. We often focus on regulating. We're talking a little bit about policy and regulating to put that responsibility of online safety on the companies. But then we kind of forget the other side. So I just wanted to know your take on that kind of balance.
I just want to the relationship and the role and responsibility of the media industry. That's quite a big question.
I mean, I can say something.
Please.
Thanks for the question. I mean, in a nutshell, it's a shared responsibility. Of course, we're not saying it's all on the regulators and the industry to self-regulate. Families have their own responsibility, but the idea is just not to place, again, all the burden on families and children to get the skills to navigate the madness. So in that sense, I think it's really a mix of all three, let's say, education or awareness raising, regulation, solid regulation, and self-regulation of industry. Some industry players are doing amazing things, really voluntarily and self-regulating and going beyond the rules of the EU. So I think it's shared in a nutshell.
Thank you, Karen. I like to add that it is, again, in my personal experience, and if we are able to listen also to private companies, for instance, I have met a lot of good people in private companies as well that are in good faith and they try their best and why not do something good while they are making a lot of money. Is obviously it is so we should be able to have this conversation that Sabrina mentioned about is without having too much preconceived ideas, and maybe is artificial intelligence should be great if it would enable and facilitate the solution of this cooperate rather than pinpointing two very different is obstacles. But I don't want to finish with the word obstacle. So I say, I don't know, have a good life. Thank you.
But I think in general, thank you, ladies. Thank you, Paolo, for opening our perspective again to talk about policy, to talk about peer support, to talk about youth participation also in this amazing field. So thank you.
Thank to you.
And I think if you give my two boys a magic wand, they would probably may have some food appear because they're always hungry. So we'll have lunch now. We are a bit behind on schedule, so we will have lunch until 1:25. So then we will get back on track with the program. So I wish you all a refreshing lunch. So not 1:10, but 1:25. Enjoy lunch, and we'll meet again later.